Yeah, that's fine. Before I absolutely forget. Yes. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yes. Anime North. Minor sidetrack. Anime North. If any of you guys are interested in, anime and sci-fi and all that other sort of jazz, uh, my local gaming store will be at Anime North. I am not here's the thing. I am not 100% sure I want to tell people specifically what store this is. That's a me thing. I am currently undecided on that. However, this will be going on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I will be there all 3 days. And so therefore, if you decide to show up for whatever reason, let's see if this lets me. No, it doesn't let me go straight there. But if you do decide to go there, this person apparently, Bill Benham, I don't recognize the name off the top of my head. But apparently he is, he works on D&D, so he can't be all that bad, right? Here's the funny thing. There's going to be a bunch of VTubers there. I am not a VTuber, obviously, because, you can actually see me. But I get a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, excuse you. Thank you. When I put out on X or Blue Sky or my Discord, hey, I'm streaming and yada yada yada, I tend to get likes or follows. Almost never a request, just pretty much a like or a follow sort of thing, from people who do, what's the word I'm looking for? Scenes. For people who, stream, and for people who do various stuff for VTubers. And I'm like, that's nice, but that's not the sort of thing that I am into. Oh yeah. So, vendor hall. Here's the fun part. Friday, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. I have to meet up with the crew. We are driving distance to Toronto. I'll leave it at that part. As in reasonably driving distance to Toronto. I mean, someone in Florida, in theory, is driving distance to Toronto. However, that's not reasonable. That's like 30 hours or whatever. That is not reasonable. We are a reasonable drive to Toronto. And so we are, even though it says 5 p.m., we're expecting to make it into Toronto somewhere around 7 in the morning. So we can set up our booth and everything else. And be finished around 10 at night. And then be back in around, let me think here, around 8:30 Saturday. So that's going to be almost a 12-hour day there. And then Sunday we want to be there for, I believe, 9. And then tear down the booth afterwards. So that's going to be interesting. Needless to say, it's going to be quite the weekend. But I am going to be there all 3 days. So I will leave this for you know, for people to peruse at their leisure. Again, here's the link to the Anime North website, which, you know, you've seen, but I'm going to leave it there. And if you happen to see me at my booth, you know, at the booth where I'm working, feel free to come say hi. You see what I look like. I will be, you know, I won't be wearing this, even though this is the shirt that I typically wear on stream. Just kind of took something I heard Tom Scott say once, and because, you know, he was being asked why he always wore a red shirt when he does when he does his videos. It's always, you know, he's always in a red t-shirt. And if you don't know who I'm talking about, this is the person I'm talking about. And you will see him in this red shirt on almost every video. There are, you know, there's rare exceptions when he won't be, but most of the time he will be, you know, at least in YouTube, you know, YouTube videos that he's putting out, he's wearing this bright red shirt. And apparently it started with, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, he was working on a show and he was being asked, but they were recording parts out of order, and so it's like, yeah, can you wear the same thing? And he had on a red shirt, and it was good for continuity, and it was good for, I believe the word that I heard him say was branding. Now, I haven't got as far as branding, but I mean, you know, this is a shirt I like. This is a shirt I enjoy wearing. I wear this quite commonly when I'm, like, not when I'm doing housework sort of stuff, but, you know, I need to throw something on. I generally wear some kind of t-shirt underneath. And then I just throw, typically I wear a button-down shirt just because I find it comfortable. I've been wearing them for, you know, 40 plus years now. I generally go with a shirt with a pocket. This one doesn't have a pocket. I am sad. I was sad when I brought it home and then realized it doesn't have a pocket. Oh. But that being said, if you see me, feel free to come by and say hi. I would very much appreciate that. I don't know how I'll react, I'll be honest, because if somebody does, I will probably be very confused initially. But I won't complain. Yeah, this person's okay, cool. Maybe we'll make more, maybe we'll end up making the store more money. I don't know. Hopefully not less. Anyway. With all that out of the way, tonight we're doing Urza's Destiny. As some of you may be unsurprised to find out if you paid any attention to, what was posted on Blue Sky or X or Discord or IRC. Or even just took a glance at the topics and the what's the word I'm looking for? Itchy nose is itchy. In the channel descriptions. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, this is what we're doing tonight. So, Urza's Destiny. And we start off with Capuchin Templar. And, Capuchin Templar, I'll be honest, it doesn't look exciting. But one thing that I find interesting about, well, two things I find interesting about the Templar. One, it's a common. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. You go to that tiny URL link, bring you over to this page. My nice list of decks that I've been working on. And you can ignore everything else. Keep in mind, these are lists for Commander. I have a column here that asks whether or not this deck is made of all commons. You can ignore everything else there. You see the fact that this asks if the deck is nothing but commons. Not Pauper Commander. That's a completely different format. Pauper Commander, as far as I understand, uses any uncommon as a general, and then the rest of the deck is commons. But it allows an uncommon, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. But Pauper Commander has its own ban list. I'm following the ban list for Commander. I'm not following a Pauper Commander ban list. I'm following a ban list for Commander. Just everything in the deck happens to be commons. None of these decks are built with the idea of thinking about game changers. So, yes, there are going to be decks like, let's see if I can find here. You know, my mono white multi balls deck, i.e., every combo I can think of jammed into the same deck, etc. Actually, let's go to details. That might actually be. This does not tell whether it's a game changer or not, I don't believe. Yeah, this is a lie because it somehow doesn't recognize planes. What's in here? This is a bad example. Also, I just realized, why do I not have Rhystic Study in this deck? Rhystic Study should be in this deck. Also, Dungeons and Parties and Changelings, oh my. At least one of them should have Rhystic Study, and neither of them do. Let me think here. What deck do I know that... What deck do I have that I know has a game changer in it? Oh! I am dumb. Where are you? Teferi's Protection. Yeah, not at all marked. This is probably the one drawback of this page, of this site, is it doesn't seem to actually tell you in any way, shape, or form that a given card you're using is a game changer. But it is not a thing I actually bothered paying any attention to. And all of these decks, almost every single one of these decks that has a link to it was designed before game changers were even something that we generally heard of. Because keep in mind that's a relatively new thing. Anyway, doesn't mean the game changers are bad. Whether or not you have game changers, in my opinion, should be the impetus for a Rule Zero discussion. I.e., hey, look, I'm building, I'm playing this kind of, I'm playing this deck. These are the game changers that are in it. But I'm, but based on the style of deck they are, I think this is less of a concern than it might otherwise appear. Or something, whatever. I'm spitballing here. The point to the matter is, so here's the thing. In a well-built, well-designed deck, and I don't claim any of mine are, game changers are, they are game changers. they are things that can make a big difference to how a game plays and feels. But in a relatively low powered deck, you know, something that's more built for fun, as it were. I would say it's less of a concern. It's not a concern. I would say it's less of a concern because, like, let's take Ristic Study. Ristic Study's power scales based on the power of the cards in your deck. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, you may draw a card unless they pay 1. If you think about what that means, if the cards in your deck are relatively weak, then drawing 2, 3, 4 extra cards is not that big a deal. Because you're not drawing into big, powerful stuff. You might have like a couple of cards that do something big and whatever, but you're not drawing. You're not your deck. If your deck is not full of top 100 cards, sort of thing, then Ristic Study is much less powerful. So I think it's like I have a deck based on Ladies Looking Left, which is a commonly heard deck style way back in the day. When somebody asks what the theme of your deck is, you're not going, color combination, mega, well-known archetype like Jund Reanimator or mono red goblins or what have you. No, you're going, no, this is based on the art, or LSV back during, I want to say, the second trip to Innistrad. Watching him draft and getting told that any card he had to draft, he had to take the card that had the best hat. Like, what? Yeah, you had to look at the art of everything in the picture, and whoever has the best hat, that's your pick. And if no card has a hat, then you're safe. But if there's any card in the pack that has where the art shows somebody wearing a hat, you have to take those. And Ladies Looking Left was that style of deck. Or if you're building a, maybe you're building a Let's see if I can find somebody interesting. No, you don't have enough cards yet. 31 cards. Okay. That might be a starting point. 43 cards. Okay. You know, if you're building a Canavan deck, i.e., this artist. Oops. He's got enough. He has enough cards where considering it is an option. So, back in the day, it was common to see people build off of interesting themes. And I want to say that when the first Commander products came out, that started becoming less true. Anyway. Where was I? Right. So, Game Changers, Rule Zero, yada yada. How did I get here? Right. So yeah, the fact that this is a common actually speaks to me, in terms of like what style of deck am I trying to make. And this is a card that has an interesting ability, and if there's a way to use it, which is not completely unreasonable, maybe we can make a go of it. I'm sure I'm sure my train of thought went like this. And unfortunately, I can't remember how I got from here to here. So I'm just shortcutting the way back. Anyway. But no, the big thing that I know is interesting about this is you can pay mana to pump its toughness. And there are certain decks. Meow. That was weird. My screen's just flickered, but there's like nothing going on. I am very confused. Am I... Hello? Oh, did OBS crash? Maybe not. Weird. This is really weird. I've got no anything showing up on OBS now. Huh. Give me one moment. It works. And, yeah, okay. Weird. Don't know. Never had that happen before. My, whoops. You know, here I am streaming, and next thing I know, my monitors flicker, and then suddenly OBS is acting weird. Anyway. That one. But yeah, as I was saying, Capuchin Templar has the ability to pump its toughness. And there are decks that are going to want about having high toughness. And high toughness is useful in certain circumstances anyway. You know. Chain Reaction is a good example. Just, X damage to each creature, where X is the number of creatures on the battlefield. If each player's got 3 creatures in play, that's going to deal 12 damage. So Capuchin Templar, being able to, take a bunch of mana and feed it into the Templar and go, hey, by the way, no, you're going to survive this. While not the best use of mana, is a use of mana. Or various, minus X effects. Target creature or each creature gets minus whatever until end of turn, and the Templar can turn around and go, ha, that's nice. Don't care. As long as you've got enough mana. But realistically speaking, that generally tends to stop around, like, for a fixed amount, that tends to stop around 4. It's unusual to find something that gives, more than -4/-4. So Capuchin Templar, that's an option. Then you start looking at decks that actually specifically want high toughness. And there's a few ways of handling that. The first one that comes to mind, obviously, is, your Doran and Arcades decks, where it's like your creatures deal combat damage based on their toughness rather than their power. That's the obvious way to put it. But then you get cards like this. Cards like this also work in that nature, or and like for that sort of thing. There's a variety of cards that turn around and swap power and toughness, and so this being able to go, hey, by the way, yoink. And suddenly you go from a 2/7 to a 7/2. So that is an option. So that might be, that might also be a consideration. So there's a couple places that can be played. Scour. The problem was... Oh no. Oh, that's evil. I was going to say the problem with Scour is trying to find an enchantment that you're allowed to play more than one copy of. They're generally going to be creatures. Slime Against Humanity is a sorcery that makes creature tokens. Dragon's Approach is a burn spell, and everything else is a creature. However, exile target enchantment. Chant Evening. All permanents are enchantments in addition to their other types. Scour is going to exile an enchantment, and any enchantment you can find that's not in play that has the same name. If you turn everything into an enchantment, okay, let's get rid of all your basic islands now. Wait, what? How many basic islands are you running? Yeah, suddenly this is like a targeted mass land destruction spell. That's scary. I was going to say it's, you can find better because there's, I think it's Erase. Yeah, exile target enchantment, 1 mana instant. Exile target enchantment, instant, 4 mana. Son of a biscuit. Now what's going on? This is really weird. Pop out. I don't get it. This is... I might end up having to restart the computer. I hope not. But I might have to. I should have done that anyway. Oh well. So Scour, there are actually... The primary way to be able to play Scour in Commander would be... The primary way to play Scour in Commander would be to run it with Enchanted Evening. At which point, anything that's got, no restriction, like, you exile your opponent's Persistent Petitioners, or Relentless Rats, or, the only things that don't get hit would be Slime Against Humanity and Dragon's Approach, because those are not permanents. So that's an option. Jasmine Seer. I'm going to pull up a comparison. Well, I cannot spell right now. Metalworker. 3 mana 1/2 artifact creature. Tap. Reveal any number of artifact cards in your hand. Add 2 colorless for each card revealed this way. Jasmine Seer. 1 white, 3 other for 1/1. Pay 1 white, 2 other. Tap. Reveal any number of white cards in your hand. Gain 2 life for each card revealed this way. So while Metalworker is the most popular form of this effect, Jasmine Seer, it works in a similar method. You pay a cost involving tapping it. And then on its resolution, you reveal any number of cards that fit a certain criteria, and you get some benefit for it. Now, I would say that in general this is an overcosted effect. However, you can do this turn after turn after turn. And again, this goes back to the discussion of what's more important to your deck. You know, if you're looking to gain life, are you looking to gain a bunch of life a handful of times each? Like, are you looking to have, say, 2 instances of gain 10 life? Or do you want, 10 do you want 10 instances of gain 2 life? Or do you want 2 instances of gain 10 life? And if you're looking for a card that can bridge the gap between the two of them, this is one of them. Because you can do this every turn. It doesn't sacrifice. It doesn't make you spend any cards. No, this is a thing you can do every single turn. And gain, if you've got 3 white cards in your hand, you're gaining 6 life every turn, assuming you reveal them all. Well, assuming you reveal 3. You could have 6. You could have 12 and just choose to reveal 3. Keep that in mind. You don't have to reveal all of them. So if you're looking to gain life, you're playing a Soul Sisters kind of deck, Jasmine Seer is not horrible. Master Healer. 1 white, 4 other for 1/4. Tap to prevent the next 4 damage to any target. Again, we go back to what any target these days actually means. And any target back in the day, well, they actually just said target creature or player, because there were only 2 options, so you didn't really need to worry about it. And then they came out with Planeswalkers. And the damage redirection rule for Planeswalkers, that's how you handle that. And now you look, and it took them until, so anything that could affect a player, because of the damage redirection rule, basically got errated to also work towards Planeswalkers, if that makes, if it could hit a player, if it made sense to do so, it would also work on Planeswalkers. So target player discards a card. Planeswalkers can't discard cards. But this deals 3 damage to target player. Could also 3 damage to target Planeswalker. So for a long time, anything that could work with 1, usually damage, could affect either one. And so this is why you eventually saw cards that could only affect planeswalkers. And newer cards, and we're talking like in the last 10 years or so, could be written such that they could affect planeswalkers, but not players, even if it could make sense for a player to be targeted with the same effect. And then Battles came out. But Battles is such a new edition that, Master Healer had been oracled to any target for many, many years. Okay, cool. I'll prevent damage to a battle now. This is basically a 2/3, so that would be a 3 mana creature back in the day. And it only taps. There's no, because you got to remember, a lot of cards that we have been looking at that prevent damage, not all of them obviously, but a lot of them, also had some additional cost involved. I'm not saying all of them. I'm not even saying, the majority of them. But some of them. Enough of them to actually, oh yeah, that's right, there's an additional cost. You have to pay mana, you have to this, you have to that. Okay. And so Master Healer, just being able to go tap, prevent 4, when Samite Healer was 2 mana for 1/1, tap to prevent 1. So based on that, this should be 4 mana, tap for 2/3. Tap to prevent 1. And you're getting like an extra 3 damage able to be prevented by paying 1 extra mana, which is pretty good, let's be honest. You're looking, it's kind of like half of Healing Salve, the half that people probably most commonly cared about, plus Samite Healer on something that works out to a 2/3 for 5 mana. You know what? I think cost-wise, here's the fun part. That 2/3 would die to Lightning Bolt. This does not die to Lightning Bolt. This you actually have to put actual legitimate effort into killing it. Unless you're playing, something other than red. But that's another story. I like this card. I think, again, if I'm looking at damage prevention and I want to do a healthy amount of damage prevention, Master Healer does, that's 4 damage just for tapping it. Oh, my dog. I suddenly want to see what a deck would look like if you put a whole bunch of damage prevention effects in it. Sure would give a lot of people headaches. Tormented Angel. She was an interesting card. But, again, the math works out because when you have lopsided numbers like this, take the power and toughness, add them together, divide by 2. That's roughly what you're looking at. So 1 plus 5 is 6. Cut that in half. You get 3. So 3 power, 3 toughness. This is why when I saw the 1 4 and said that's basically a 2/3. 1 plus 4 is 5. Is 2.5. 2.5, so you round up on one and down on the other. 2/3 is more common than 3/2. Tormented Angel, you're looking at basically a 3/3 flyer for 4 mana, which is fine. Which is fine. I think I would have been a little more interested if this was a 2/4, but I think 2/4 flyer had already been taken. Go away. Yeah, 2/4 had already been taken all the way back in Legends with Azure Drake. So I think that might be why they went with the 1/5. They could have gone with a 4/2 flyer. That would have been interesting. But I feel like they figured white, especially when you're looking at cards like, you know, Master Healer in the same set. I feel like they figured it was more likely to be defensive. So 1/5 would make sense. Imagine this being a 5/1 flyer. That would be funny. But, yeah. So this works out as a 3/3. This could be, again, you're looking at a high toughness creature, but you're looking at a high toughness creature with flying. Are you playing Doran the Siege Tower? This is a 4 mana 5/5 flyer, basically. You know, you have options here. It's also an angel, which has its own list of things going for it. The fact that it's 5 toughness, the fact that it's got 5 toughness is going to be huge in more ways than one. I think she's at least worth considering looking at. You know, one of those cards where it's like, put in the back of your mind, it's like, oh yeah, that's also a thing. Is it a thing your deck wants? I would assume in general probably not. Because for 4 mana, like, granted, rarity and power creep coming into play here. But for the exact same mana cost, you've got Restoration Angel. Which is also a 4 mana angel. This one's a 3/4 flyer with flash. That comes into play and lets you flicker something. So, you know, and I'm not saying that's the best card, but I'm saying that is a much more powerful effect than what Tormented Angel has. But if you're looking for a bunch of defensive creatures, you know, Tormented Angel is not too shabby. Although, on that list, I would also put Ornithopter. Not Ornithopter or Paradise, just Ornithopter. Because having, you know, 2 toughness and flying on a 0 mana creature is actually kind of big. Voice of Duty, Voice of Reason, these are basically the same card. The only difference is this has got protection from green, and Voice of Reason's got protection from blue. And you're looking at a 2/2 flyer with protection from a color. I would generally take I think it's voice of oh no, I would go voice of all, which is a slightly harder to cost. You know, instead of being white plus 3, it's double white plus 2. 2/2 flyer. Protection from the color of your choice that you name when it enters. And yeah, this, because chances are you don't need all 5 voices. And so, and if that's true, then you should really just play voice of all if you want something of that nature. So if you're playing any of them, just go straight for voice of all. Fend off. It's a targeted fog basically, but it's got cycling, but it's 2 mana. You're not dealing combat damage this turn. There are times when that's going to be useful. You're more commonly going to want actual fallout fog effects, like Holy Day. Let's go OG. Prevent all combat damage should be dealt this turn. It is literally fog moved into white. This only affects a single creature, but it's got cycling. Cycling does let you draw a card. Is that going to be useful? Maybe. And sometimes you're okay with letting everything else happen, and it's like, no, stop that. Okay, I can see that. Tethered Griffin. So, here's the fun part. Enchanted Evening. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? All permanents are enchantments. It does not matter who controls Enchanted Evening. If you know somebody is playing with Enchanted Evening, throw Tethered Griffin into your own deck. If somebody in your group is known for playing with Enchanted Evening. Because as long as the evening is in play, this will be an enchantment. And so, suddenly you've got a 1 mana 2/3 flyer with no drawback because, one of the other people at the table has decided to do something nice for you. So, yeah. That being said, obviously Griffin Travel, it's probably making it in. Are you running a reasonable number of enchantments? I'd probably say about a dozen is probably enough to consider it. If you're running 20 plus, yeah, Tethered Griffin is like a no-brainer if you want like a cheap flyer. Scent of Jasmine. Scent of Jasmine is basically Jasmine Seer as a one-shot. But because it's a one-shot, it's a single white mana. I would play in general, if I'm looking for the effect, I would play Jasmine Seer before I ran Scent of Jasmine. Because I would want that effect consistently. That doesn't mean I wouldn't, I may not consider playing both. I might be considering playing both. But I would be, if I'm looking for that effect, I'm looking for Jasmine Seer first. Field Surgeon. Again, back to this fun thing about damage prevention. Oh man, this is funny. Commanders order soldiers to attack. Field surgeons order them to heal. Both are obeyed without question. Oh man. Tap an untapped creature you control, : prevent the next one damage that would be dealt to target creature this turn. All your creatures become basically half effective, because it can only affect creatures. Half effective Semite healers. But, oh man, if I took my commons only, my mono white common stack, which would be this one. If I took this deck, which, is based around spending at least one, spending one card and getting at least 2 bodies out of it. If I threw that in here, I could throw that in here and suddenly we'd be looking at, oh look, oh, you're trying to kill this with, via damage somehow? Attacking, blocking, whatever. Oh, guess what? Yeah, no. Because that deck, not unrealistically, is like, I spend 3 cards and I get 7 bodies. Yeah. I might actually want to throw Field Surgeon in that deck. And again, we're looking at a deck that's only commons. Field Surgeon would be really good for that. Sanctimony. The easiest way to make that run is playing this. Blood Moon. I see the blood moon rising. 3 mana, non-basic lands or mountains. So anything that's, oh, you aren't one of the 11 basic lands that are, 12 basic lands that are in the game? Island, mountain, forest, swamp, plains, wastes, and snow-covered versions of those. You're not one of those 12? You're now a mountain. Or some effect that, is some effect that goes, hey, by the way, all my basic lands are now all basic, all my lands now have all basic land types. If you can get that for everybody, great. Alternatively, you do some weird shenanigan like, I think you might have to run blue to make this work. But have an effect like Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth or Yevamaya Cradle of Growth. Have one of those 2 cards and have an effect that instead of, hey cool, everything's now everything's now a swamp or everything's now a forest, you go, guess what, everything's now also and everything's now a mountain. And then you just sit there and gain a bunch of life. Sanctimony, I think, is probably less good than other similar effects that you might find elsewhere, but yeah. It doesn't mean it's bad. Honestly, I would... Personally, I'd probably put it lower than some of this other stuff. Blizzard Elemental. I was in a chat room recently, like in the last 3 or 4 days, and somebody asked what the coolest creature in the game was, and I had to pull up Blizzard Elemental. I knew it existed. I couldn't remember what it did, but I knew it existed. And it's like, hey, you want something cool, right? Womp womp. Now, that being said, what you're looking at is a 5/5 flyer for 7, which is at that point about a mana more than, than it would be. Sorry, that was getting really annoying. About a mana more than it would need to be otherwise. But then you have blue +3, untap this creature. Pay 4 mana, untap this creature. So what happens if you give it some kind of ability that wants it to tap? And this is one example. A quick creature has tap. This deals 1 damage to any target. Well, suddenly you combine that with Blizzard Elemental, and you're like, blue +3, 1 damage to any target. Now that does sound like a lot, so maybe let's go with something a little more reasonable. Heavy Arbalist. A quick creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. A quick creature has tap, 2 damage to any target. And, suddenly being able to go pay 4 mana. Only a single mana out of that needs to be blue. 2 damage. Ping, 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 ping. So, basically, every 2 mana that you spend, you'd be doing a point of damage. To ensure that works out right, make sure at least half the mana you're spending is blue. Doesn't need to be, but this way you don't end up oopsing on it. But, yeah. So you can make this work, but there are more cost-effective ways to untap creatures. In fact, I think even by this point we already had something. Is it Hermit Crab? No. It was a crab, wasn't it? Horseshoe Crab. Which was literally only a couple of sets earlier. Blue : untap Horseshoe Crab. Throw a heavy Arbalist on a Horseshoe Crab. Have fun. So yeah. I would probably, in general, pass. Actually, I'm curious. How bad? Okay. Oh. Maybe Bill does Atraxa. Oh, who knows? Wait, what? Oh, jeez. But yeah, if you're building you could probably get away with building a Baxter deck. I haven't looked to see what the mana base would look like yet, but you could probably do it. Then this would probably make it in. Maybe. Quash. If you're considering doing the Enchanted Evening shenanigans with Scour, you're probably also wanting, because you're already playing blue by that point, you're probably also wanting to consider playing Quash so that you can get the damn it. Slime Against Humanity. Dragon's Approach. So you can get the Slime Against Humanity and Dragon's Approach that your opponent might be playing. So, if you're looking at playing that route, yeah, that's an option. Illuminated Wings. I'm less than enthralled by it. If you want your creatures to have flying, you can do it for 0 mana by just getting Wonder into your graveyard and having an island in play. You're playing blue. That should be easy enough. Hell, worst case scenario, cast it and then sack it to some effect if somebody doesn't blow it up for you. Oh, there's an interesting idea. Hey, Holly, get your adverbs here. I'm not going to let that go. My brain's not going to let me let that one go. Schoolhouse Rock. You might actually be too young for that, which is hilarious. Lolly, get your adverbs here. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah. You might want to look into it. It was actually kind of adorable. Was aimed toward an American audience, so things like basic things like how the branches of government were split up between, the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the whatever the other one was called, judicial branch, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, I'm not that fond of it. I see it and it's like, why? Because the other thing is, especially I'm also comparing it to what exists now. Let's be honest. But by now you should be able to just simply get, Enchant creature has flying. When this enters the battlefield, draw a card. Actually, yeah, Angelic Gift does it. Sort by Cooler. Cartouche of Knowledge. It's, yeah, comes into play, draws a card. +1/+1 and flying. Flight of Fancy. That's going to be fun when we get to Ravnica. Rousing Reed. This, I actually like Rousing Reed a little bit better than the Cartouche because you get to dig an extra card deeper. Rune of Flight. Stratus Walk. Stratus Walk is cute. But yeah. I mean, yeah, but Yavimaya Elder actually has... Yavimaya Elder I can see being more... is just generically more useful. You know, it's a 3-mana 2/1 to start. Which isn't great, but it is a body. Which means all the fun stuff that happens with bodies. Oh my god. Hey, Holly. Imagine Yavimaya Elder with Splinter Twin on it. Or, you know, Kiki Jiki. Oh look, the creature dies at the end of at the end of turn. And it's like, oh cool, I get more basics. That's never a bad idea, is it? But yeah, Illuminated Wings, I'm just not that excited by it. It's just eh. Yeah, I saw that. But still, I mean, you're not going to miss land drops for a long time. Oh, you know what else can happen once they go to your hand? What is it? Memory Jar? Memory Jar, Scroll Rack, all that fun stuff. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Or, you know, the various cards that are like discard your hand and draw that many cards. Oh look, I've got like 8 cards in hand. They're all basic land. Pitch them all, draw new 8. Well, that's more useful. Play this. No big deal. It's fine. Metathran Elite. I actually kind of like Metathran Elite. 3 mana for 2/3 that... I mean, all gains are ill-gotten these days. Let's call it spade a spade. Do I have... I gotta hate myself for this. My teeth are going to hate me. Yeah. The dollar store around the corner from me, there's like the normal size pack that was like, I think $2.75. Or then there's this thing which is like 200 grams, so almost half a pound, for an extra 25 cents. I grabbed a couple of this one. No big deal. It's fine. No big deal. But yeah, Metathran Elite, 3 mana for a 2/3 body. Back in the day in blue was actually really good. And then the possibility of making it unblockable just by throwing an enchantment on it. Well, if you have a creature that's, that you want to be unblockable, it's not unreasonable to be throwing enchantments on it, right? Dragonauts. You're Zephyr's Embrace. But it can't be blocked. Womp womp. I'll pull that back up for you for a sec. I haven't got very far in figuring out what I'm putting in. But take a look at what I'm doing for Simic. And like we were just saying, you have creatures that are unblockable. You want to throw auras on them so you can get the benefits of them. Here we go. Shielding plaques. Or probably more sensibly, favor the overbeing. So this is going to be a it's fine. It's fine. This thing would only end up being a 3/4 flying unblockable, which means if it somehow gets vigilance or the ability to untap, oh yeah, you weren't here for it yet. But I did white first. And we saw this. And I was going to go, that's not a very useful card. And then my brain triggered and went, oh, hey, by the way, there's this. Oh, hey, guess what, green player? I'm going to blow up one of your basic forests. I'm now going to go through the rest of your deck and pull out all your remaining basic forests. And then you get, if you're playing with Enchanted Evening, you get the ability to go and do that not with just basic lands, but any of those other cards where they don't restrict how many cards you can play. In fact, they say you can run as many as you want. Relentless Rats and Shadowborn Apostle and Tempest Knight and Heir Apparent and all that jazz. And there's only two. There's two that you can play that are not creatures: Dragon's Approach and Slime Against Humanity. They're both sorceries. Quash will get those two. You run Enchanted Evening, Quash, and Erase, and you can deal with anybody that's going, hey, by the way, I'm playing any number, and okay, that's fine. You're playing what you're playing, at least Azorius at that point. Run Rest in Peace to make sure that copies don't hit the graveyard, and just had a couple of, wrath effects of some sort. It's fine. Oh yeah, and then Tethered Griffin. For a completely different kind of deck that might be playing Enchanted Evening. Or if one of the people in your play group is known for playing Enchanted Evening, if you and I are sitting at the table together and I play and I'm known for playing Enchanted Evening, you should put Tethered Griffin into your deck, because then it's an enchantment. Fledgling Osprey. This is back when they decided that Flying Men was too strong. Nowadays we take a look at Flying Men and go, is that it? Hilariously, Ornithopter was still considered fair and balanced for a very long time, even after Flying Men, Scrib Sprites were kicked out, and even Suntail Hawk was questionable whether or not it was fair. But Ornithopter was fair game. And stat-wise, it works out to a 1/1 flyer for 0. But it has no power in and of itself. You have to play something else to give it, to make it actually deal damage. And that's how they probably figured it was fine to make it 0. But it was fun. And personally, I think the way it was designed back in the day, and you've probably heard me say this before, it should have been at least 1 or 2 mana. Maybe not 2, but probably 1. Yeah. I mean, Rotorotopter was fine. Yeah, same activation. This works out to a 2/2. Yeah. No, because that Dragon Engine, to me, always felt about right. I think Rotorithopter, yeah, 2 to give it fire breathing, no more than twice. Yeah, you could have made Ornithopter. You could have made Ornithopter 1 mana back then, and it probably would have been fine. It wouldn't have been. Feels weird saying that Ornithopter can be considered broken, but it is because you get a lot. You're vampire bats. Heather Hudson. Oh, easily. Sort by color. Descending. Oh. You would have to play red. But you get the other cycling lands and Boreal Shelf. So way blue. Okay. You could probably get away with building a Heather Hudson deck for this then. If you're playing Heather Hudson as your deck idea, you might be able to get away with playing Fledgling Osprey. But in any other style of deck, even for type bird, there would be better by now. Telepathic spies. Oh. What was that thing that I saw? There's a card out. It's a commander. Not It's a Kadoozy. It's a commander that basically says if you would target one per... It basically how I think it's Radiate works. Or Zata. It's like if you would target one player with an ability, you can target everyone. Whoops. Oh yeah, and ID greater than blue. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure Krim was playing it. last attempt. If I don't see it, I will have to... I'll just have to look it up another time. But there's... I remember there was a card that basically said whenever you cast... I can't remember if it was cast a spell. It might have been cast or activate an ability, I forget. I don't remember exactly. Oh! I am dumb. It's this thing. It's this thing. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets only a single opponent or a single permanent opponent controls this turn, for each other opponent, choose that player or permanent they control. Copy that spell and the copy targets the chosen permanent player or permanent. Yeah. Yeah, that thing. But that only does spells, doesn't it? Yeah, that's only spells. So sadly, telepathic spies will not work there. I has the sads. And that being said, you could find a... Oh. Hey. It's more work than it needs to be. It's more work than it needs to be. But imagine telepathic spies with followed footsteps on it. Every upkeep, I make another copy. I'm going to look at your hand now. I'm going to look at your hand now. I'm going to look at your hand now. At some point, you're probably just going to get... you're just going to get it... you know, everyone attacking you just so you could stop. Just stop! Bubbling Beavos can't be blocked as long as the famed player controls an enchantment. I am going to assume that most people are going to be playing with enchantments even if they don't expect it. Because there are a lot of really good enchantments that people just run and it's like they don't even think about the fact that it's an enchantment. You know, Rustic Studies is a good example. Yes, it is an enchantment, but people don't even like process the fact that it's an enchantment when they're putting their deck together. They're just... It's a card they put in their deck. Smothering Tithe, same thing. You've also got Dryad of the Elysian Grove. Dryad of the Elysian Grove, most people forget is an enchantment creature. Dude, you're not that special. Get over yourself already. Sorry. I don't know if you can hear or not. Somebody outside is like on their motorcycle or whatever and goes, me. It's like, dude. The only reason to be doing that is if, you know, you're trying to make sure your engine is declogged. you know, it's been sitting in storage for the last 6 months or whatever. But yeah, I would assume most people are playing with enchantments. I would assume this is most of the time just simply going to say it's 5 mana for 3/3 unblockable. Gee, what deck was that I was looking at again? Did somebody say something about Simic? Random dollar rare, no big deal. But yeah, people's fatigue. Mind if I just lie down right here for a few weeks? If you're looking at it as basically a 3/3 unblockable, 5 mana when you're, especially when you're looking at common, is actually not unreasonable. Because keep in mind, at least when you're looking at, you know, attacking, being unblockable is a lot better than flying. This is a creature that's just going to get in for damage turn after turn after turn. You know, it's a stronger ability than flying. It's a stronger ability than shadow. It's a stronger ability than horsemanship. Because you know, it's even a stronger ability than Landwalk. Because all of those have ways to get around them. Landwalk is harder, you know, requiring specific cards. But to the point of the matter, this, no, you can't block this. Can't block this. Okay, I'll stop for now. So, yeah, 3/3 and just start throwing ores or equipment or whatever out and just go to town and go, cool, you're at what? Okay, dead. You're what? You're dead. Fatigue. Fatigue feels like... Fatigue is one of those cards where in, like, a typical, you know, 4-player game, this is just... In 1v1... In 1v1, this is, like, dual commander, for example. This is so much better. But in actual, just regular... In a regular commander games, this is just... The best time I can see this is now that Panoptic Mirror is out and about. Throwing Fatigue on Panoptic Mirror. I think do you still have access to Elite Arcanist to do that too? I don't remember. Or is that just instance? Instant. Okay. For the longest time, I thought Elite Arcanist also did sorcery. Yeah. Throw fatigue on a panoptic mirror so that if you ever end up with an empty library, you're like, okay, pay 2 mana, I'm not drawing a card this turn. Pay 2 mana, I'm not drawing a card this turn. It's like build your own obstinate familiar. It's not a great way to do it. Oh man. I just realized. Skip your next draw step. Howling Mine, Font of Mythos, Dictate a Crucifix, and all that other stuff that likes to go, hey, by the way, at the beginning of that player's draw step, draw extra cards. Doesn't happen. No. Yeah, those 4 cards returned that everyone's getting to draw? Yeah, guess what? You're not getting that. What? Yeah, you're not getting any of them. Oh. But yeah, I would definitely play. I don't see fatigue actually being good in a typical commander setting. It has to be 1v1 to make it. Oh, this is cute. Disappear. 4 mana, enchant creature, blue : return enchant creature and this aura to their owner's hands. Oh, that's cute. It's 5 mana to return a creature to owner's hand. But first of all, with how easy it is to generate as much mana as you want. Second of all, depending on what you're returning, I mean, this lets you reuse common play abilities. It's a really, in absolute worst case scenario, it gives a form of vigilance to a creature. You get to reuse common play abilities. You get leave play abilities. So disappear on, Thragtusk is actually pretty fun. Also, it can deal with tokens. Disappear feels like one of those cards where it's not unreasonable to find a home for it somewhere. Yeah, it's one of those cards where it's like, I feel like I want a copy to put into a deck somewhere. Have to figure out what deck where. But I'm going to want a copy somewhere. Kingfisher. I don't remember. Did Kingfisher... I don't think Kingfisher made it into my mono blue deck. You're common, right? Yeah, you're common. Take me down to cantrip. Oh, no. It was. I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure Kingfisher was one of those cards I was looking at. And eventually something newer came out and it got cut. Although I was trying for, common to play abilities. I was okay with dice triggers, but I was trying to go with common to play abilities first. To be fair, this is still not unreasonable, because back in the day you're looking at, what was it, Windrake? Yeah, Windrake. 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer. 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer. So you pay an extra mana for, to be able to draw a card when it dies. And at that point, there wasn't much exile-based removal. There was some, but there wasn't a lot. There was, realistically, you're looking at Swords of Plowshares, because Path to Exile didn't exist yet. You had, that and, Scour, I think was, and, maybe a couple other cards. But they were generally kind of overcosted. So, most of the time people were playing removal, it would actually send it to the graveyard. Oh yeah, and cards like Planar Void, if something did get exiled when it tried to hit the graveyard, that was a triggered ability. It wasn't a replacement effect. So stuff would die. So Kingfisher, I think Kingfisher can actually be reasonable to play in, Bird Tribal. Oh god, okay. That's dumb. That's funny. Remember what I was saying before about Followed Footsteps? Followed Footsteps on the Kingfisher. And have Leyline of Singularity in play. Now this, I think, is actually better than it first appears. It's not... I don't think it's amazeballs, but just imagine Followed Footsteps on this with Leyline of Singularity in play. Every upkeep, you make a token that's a copy of Kingfisher, which will come into play dead because Leyline of Singularity makes every non-land legendary. So it's basically, cool, every upkeep I draw a free card. And if you've got anything that cares about a creature having come into play or leave play, you get those triggers as well. Write a replication. I'll draw 5 more cards. No, okay. No, that's a bad example, but yeah. Mental discipline is... Wait. Mental discipline. Most effects that blue runs into that have you draw cards and discard cards, they're generally draw and discard, not discard then draw. That's not a hard and fast rule, but that tends to be how blue does things. This discards first. This discards as the cost. I think this has got a bit more application than draw then discard. No legs. This is just an enchantment. It looks like it should be a creature. It's not a creature. Womp womp. Hop. Yeah. Yeah. Although, if you can shut down worrying about cumulative upkeep somehow, Mesmeric Trance suddenly jumps in utility. And Compulsion was, yeah. Eon Hub. Well, there's Eon Hub, or there's Solemnity, or there's Chisei Heart of Oceans. Because cumulative upkeep first puts a counter on, and the card, and then you pay the cost equal to the number of counters that are on it. Yeah, because you remember when cumulative upkeep was just, okay, how much did I pay last time? Okay, now I pay that plus the cumulative upkeep on top. And you just had to keep track of it in your head, basically. Which was fine if you only had, one or two things with, upkeep. But if it was ever more than that, or, in a game, in a format like Commander where it could be like 10 minutes between my turn and it's my turn again. If everyone took 3 minutes to take their turn, let's say, as an example, then that's almost 10 minutes by the time it gets to the same person's turn again. Yeah. How much mana did I pay for that last time? Yeah, so now it uses counters. But because it uses counters, you can interact with the fact that, well, it uses counters. I counter, you counter. So yeah. But yeah, it can, as a result, if you're handling things that way, it can be better than, like, Mesmeric Trance can be better than Mental Discipline. Or Compulsion. I mean, it's still not bad, and the fact that you get to discard a card first sometimes is more useful. You're generally going to want to draw first and then discard, via Merfolk Looter et al. But it's not completely unreasonable that there's going to be times where you're going to want to discard and then draw. Brian Sear, the way things are feeling so far, and I'd have to look them up. No, we'll get to them when we get to them. But it feels like every Seer so far, because white and blue both have fit the same mold. It's like 4 mana, 3 of which is colorless, to cast for a 1/1. Pay 3 mana, 2 of which are colorless, and tap it, reveal any number of cards with a given quality in your hand. Some effect based on what it was. I do want one of these though. Actually, do I have you on my list? What are you? You. This is I'm a terrible, terrible person. Yes, you're in here. Brian Sear. Because being able to go and counter unless you pay like 7. Wait, what? Ah, crap. No big deal. Evil player is evil. But again, that Tulane deck is, when somebody's decide they're going to be that guy, I pull out Tulane so I can... Nightshades here. Is that on here or no? That is not part of this. Oh, okay. I haven't got to black yet. Yo. But yeah, Tulane is basically, I'm going to stop you from playing Magic. And to be fair, that's the deck that allows me to stop anybody from playing Magic. Or potentially everybody from playing Magic. If I really need to. Oh, very much so. But as I said, this is one of those decks that I pull out. Basically, if somebody is being that guy, and you've got 2 people at the table that are playing like pre-cons, or they just built their first deck or whatever, and you've got somebody who's playing like all sorts of broken shenanigans that are just like way too powerful. And no, it's fine. My deck is only like a 1.5 or maybe a 2. No. Your deck is like a 4. Okay. I'm bringing out, I'm putting on the hazmat suit. Grabbing the giant metal tongs, pulling it out and going. Warn the RCMP, the FBI, and everything else. It's like, yeah. By the way, I'm pulling out this deck. Yo, red alert. Yeah, if I'm playing that deck, that's like, yeah. That deck realistically ends up being the deck that I play when I have to, when somebody else needs to be kept under control because the rest of the table is not going to have fun otherwise. It's basically the fun police. Oh yeah, there's Senate Brian. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Black cards look better each day. Yeah, Skittering Horror I think is cute. 3 mana for 4/3. When you cast a creature, sacrifice this one. Well, first of all, there's ways to get creatures into play without casting them. Second of all, you wait till you've got like a handful of creatures in play, then you drop this. And then, cool. And you just don't bother casting any other creatures until your opponent's dealt with this. It's a 4-power creature, it's still pretty decent. Oh man, I wonder what this would have been like, assuming, Urza block didn't have its broken time in the sun. The entire, Academy, Tolarian Academy, and, is the Straw Golem we're thinking of? No. This is so much better. This is so much better because this is based on when you cast. Because Straw Golem, all somebody has to do is go Ornithopter. Remand the Ornithopter, well, they've already cast it too late. Skittering Scourge is probably the one you're thinking of. Skittering Scourge is probably the one you're thinking of. It's about the same size, 2/3 versus 3/2. It's just such a strong card, and you just in a 20 life format is this thing will just like beat face all day long because it's a 3-power flyer for 2 mana, and just meh, that's fine. Flap, 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 flap. But yeah, scattering horror I think has its uses, and you could always bypass it with things like Quicksilver Amulet and various similar effects. Lurking Jackals. Lurking Jackals is going into my 4-color non-red deck, because that's going to be based around the lurking, hidden, veiled opal enchantments that that like to get up and walk around on their own. Play this early, and the thing is, like, if somebody's already low enough, I can go play this. Oh, you're low. You're already low. Okay, I got a 1-mana 3/2 creature, and I do. No waiting. So this I know is going to see play. Slinking Scourge. Slinking Scourge is Imp Tribal? Oh, okay. 44. Okay, 42. Sort by Cooler. 1 blue. Oh, wow. There is 1 imp you would not be able to play, and you even have a general available. You've got Blim Comedic Genius as your general. You can play every other imp Yeah, you can play every imp except Teferi's imp. That's funny. And if you're building Imp Tribal, Slinking Scourge might actually be okay, which, I mean, it's not exciting. I don't know if it would make the cut. I'd have to look over the rest of the options, obviously. Because 4 mana for a 2/1 flyer, like, that would be like 2 mana even in black. Hey, Holly. I know I'm a terrible person. That's not even the right game that we're talking about. Anyway. Yeah, Slinking Scourge. Again, in Imp Tribal, you might end up having to play it, but yeah, you could probably get away with like 2 mana for a 2/1 flyer nowadays in black, which means you're spending an extra 2 mana to get the ability of pay 2 and sacking it to draw a card. I think if it was 3 mana, I could see my way to it, but 4 mana? Nah, wouldn't bother. Nightshade Seer, which Holly was talking about. The black one. Target creature gets -X/-X till end of turn. Yeah, 4 to cast, 3 tap to activate for 1/1. Yep. Target creature gets -X/-X till end of turn, where X is number of cards revealed this way. In this case, black cards. That's actually, yeah, that's actually pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, so I could see that. And I mean, again, yeah, it's kind of expensive for what it is. I think most of the cycle could probably got away with being 2/2s or something instead of 1/1s. But yeah, I could see this being played and just, you need consistent creature removal? Okay, here you go. And because it's -X/-X, it doesn't destroy the creature. It doesn't do a lot of the things other cards other cards, effects, whatever, are looking for. This is just going, like, this bypasses indestructible. You know, because indestructible cares about something being destroyed, which is either the word destroy or lethal damage, which the rules say destroys the creature. This is like, yeah, I'm not messing with any of that stuff. Just, eh. I think the seers benefit more so when you have an effect. You know what? Give me a sec here. I hate myself for this. Envelope Bogardan. Oh, Library of Lang. Okay. Wow. Wow. There were actually 3 effects that gave you no maximum hand size. And Library of Lang was in revised, which means it would have been beta. Yeah. You must skip the, yeah. Wow. That's in Visions. And then Spellbook from Exodus. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, so if you're playing with cards that give you no maximum hand size and a reasonable way to draw cards, you know, regularly, i.e. more than just your 1 card a turn, ideally, yeah, then the seers can actually start getting to be really good. And, you know, if you're drawing 1 extra card a turn, you know, if you're drawing 1 extra card a turn, suddenly you're like, even if it's something like Zera Aryan. You know, even if it's something like her. You know, 3 mana for 1/2 flare, 3 tap, target player draws a card. If you're using this yourself, you're going to be like, hey, by the way, yeah, I would, if I'm doing this every turn, then, the seers end up getting really good. Plague Dogs. Plague Dogs, like the Yavimaya Elder, was it we said? Yeah, like the Yavimaya Elder we mentioned earlier. Plague Dogs has its own built-in combo. When it dies, you get an effect. In this case, all creatures get -1/-1 till end of turn. But a way to make it die in the first place, paying 2 and sacrificing it to basically cycling from play, as Mark Rosewater put it. And I think most people, even people nowadays, completely miss the fact that, yes, this is the same as cycling, except that you're not pitching your hand. You're not pitching from your hand. You're pitching it from the battlefield. Although this was a little bit better when 6th edition came out, which would have been shortly before this set did. As opposed to the way rules work now. When combat damage used the stack, in other words, combat damage would go on the stack, and then people could respond to it, and then it would resolve. And that was a fun time, because you could have this deal, putting the 3 damage on the stack, sacrifice it to draw a card, have all creatures get -1/-1 till end of turn, and then handle the 3 damage from combat. So it could actually go up against like an X4. Plague Dogs, they're not just retrievers, they're carriers. Womp womp. But yeah. And then they changed the rules, I think was during M10. So that combat damage no longer used the stack, and many people were very sad. That's been like a decade and a half. That's been like half the game's lifetime almost now. To be fair, it's still a fine card. There are a lot of decks that do play with X1s. Saplings and squirrels and elves come to mind as 3 common decks that like to play with typically 1/1s. Goblins is also well known for playing with 1/1s. So it's still playable. Soul Feast, 5 mana to drain somebody for 4. There are better effects than this now. But I think this is typically like the benchmark for running. Actually, there's worse than this too. Essence Drain, I think it is. Yeah, from Darksteel, which would come out a few years later. This is Darksteel was 2004. Urza was so this is 5 years later. 2 black plus 3. Drain somebody for 4. Change one of the mana to one of the black mana to colorless. It's now 3, but it can hit any target. So, it's But yeah, Soul Feast, there's general for a card like Soul Feast, what you really want, in my opinion, what you generally want is an effect like Drain Life. Which just allows you to, like, you know, put a bunch of black mana into it and then go, you're going to take this much, and I'm going to gain that much life, and there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah. It's fine. Again, but this goes back to that that general we were looking at. Was it Grixis? What was your name? ID equal Grixis. Derp. Zevlor. Whenever you cast an... Yep. So you do that, you cast Soul Feast, and you go, I'll drain you for 4, I'll drain you for 4, and I'll drain you for 4. It's costing 7 mana. 2 for the activation of Zevlor, and then 5 for Soul Feast. But now everyone's taking 4, and you're gaining 12. But at that point, Grey Merchant of Asphodel. Son of Nightshade. If you're looking for another spot removal card and you want something that will just get stuff off the board and you don't care about exiling it, like Son of Nightshade, how much black are you playing? If the answer is yes, you should be looking at Son of Nightshade. You know, if you're looking for a cheap one spot, you know, one shot, and you don't want edict effects because you don't want to leave it to your opponent. You want something to just die. 2 mana instant. Cool, I got 4 black cards in my hand. I'm keeping the 4 black cards in my hand. Take my, you know, this can have -4/-4. And because it's an instant, you can also use it as a combat trick, which people do not expect. Because usually your combat tricks are your giant growth effects or your protective abilities like Apostle's Blessing. Or I can't remember what it's called. Mysium Skin. There was Mysium Skin and there was another card that was similar. Rebound? No. I can't think what the other one I'm thinking of is called. But yeah, those are usually what people are looking at for combat tricks. They're not thinking of removal as a combat trick as a general rule. So, not completely unreasonable. Play Scent of Nightshade. And it does many lots of things. Phyrexian Monitor. Dread Skeletons. 1 black, 1 other for 1/1. Black to regenerate. For an extra +1/+1, you have to pay 2 more mana. Now, back in the day, that actually made sense because, you know, at common, black could get a 1/1 for 1. And maybe even throw an ability on it, depending on the ability. Or a 2/2 creature would be 1 black +2. You'd have to pay an extra 2 mana to get a 2/2 instead of a 1/1. So based on that, this made sense. But it never really made sense in terms of being able to play it. It was not the kind of card that people, that you would jam into a deck. And nowadays it's like, yeah. Now with a 2/2 at common in black, with a supported creature type being like 1 black +1, you'd be paying 2 mana for the regeneration, and yeah, it's not worth it. Sort by color, and let's go descending. Oh wow, you've only got the Verge, Willow Rush Verge, and Azorius Chancery. Wow, yeah, you don't. You would have to play somebody else to get enough lands. Yeah. Nah, really hard to say yes to a card like that. Dying Whale, on the other hand. Dying Whale is actually kind of adorable. This is like one of their early attempts at revisiting Hymn to Torak in the sense of paying 2 mana to make somebody discard 2 cards. The funny thing about Dying Whale is it's, you know, when enchanted creature dies, target player discards 2 cards. So I could put, like, I could put it on this person's creature and have this person discard cards. And it doesn't matter. Just it goes on a creature and target player. So who controls the creature and who discards the cards can have nothing to do with each other. So this, I might actually, again, the biggest problem I see is that you're looking at discard and whether or not that's a viable deck idea for Commander. And in general, I say no. If you're 1v1ing it, discard is a much more viable option. You know, your various, waste not effects and what have you. But as for an actual multiplayer format, it's a lot harder to make it work because so many cards are based on target player doing a thing. And a lot of the cards that people really want to play are like target player discards a card, or maybe if you're lucky, target player discards 2 cards. And so what you really want is something where, because people have the not unreasonable ability in Commander to recover fairly easily. Barring any restrictions that you put on your deck building yourself, it's not easy. Excuse me a moment. Oh, that, okay. Sorry, something came in from work and I'm like, wait, what? Oh, okay. Canada Post is probably going on strike in about a week and a half. Well, within the next week and a half, or thereabouts, and so that could affect stuff. Anyway, but yeah, if I'm building a deck based around discarding, again, I throw this on a creature that I'm expecting to die somehow. Hilariously, I can use this to make myself discard 2 cards. And then, maybe reanimate them later. Or madness, or flashback, or what have you. I wonder, Snowdy. From color descending. You get Tron. You get Volcanic Island and Bog Wreckage. Oh no, that's funny. I was suddenly had the idea of playing Tron in Like, you know, a snow deconstructed Tron. You have Blink Moth Nexus. I'd say Evolving Wilds, but there's nothing to really do with it. Temple of the False Gods, and your Tron and Chromatic Sphere, but then it just stops. Oh well. It was a cute idea. Anyway, oh yeah. What else did you actually have for lands? I have Volcanic Island and Bog Wreckage. No basics. Anyway, Squirming Mass. 2 mana for a 1/1 with Fear. By this point, you already had, what was it, Bog Rats? Yeah, can't be blocked by walls. No, didn't you have like 1/1 Swamp Walk or something like that? Like, you already had stuff that was. I feel like you already had stuff that was better than this. I feel like you already had stuff that was better than this, and I'm drawing a blank on what at the moment. Although, Ron Spencer. Some of his artwork has just got like. It's got a very distinct kind of look to it. Almost like muscles made out of bubbles or something. I don't know how to explain it. Like, you can tell when it's Ron Spencer art. Except, maybe Bear Cub, because there's nothing to. Well, I shouldn't say there's nothing to give it away, but then, I'm generally looking at, like, the humanoids with stuff going on, and I'm not really looking at the, something that's furry. Yeah, Bog Imp back in the day, 2 mana for a 1/1 flyer. Flying versus Fear. Yeah, no, I think that feels about right, actually. I think that feels about right. Encroach. Encroach, I wouldn't generally bother. Encroach is not a good card, in my opinion, at the best of times. It makes somebody discard a non-basic land. Compare that to Duress, which is, they discard a non-creature, non-land. You get to choose both times. But the chance in Commander, people are more likely to play non-basic non-basic utility lands. Did I miss somebody? Okay. They're more likely to play utility lands. But can you get them to discard a utility land when you want them to discard it? And really the only way to do that is to go, send it back to their hand first before they can use it. And then make them discard. At that point, why not just blow the land up? Instead of playing, because realistically you're looking at, 2 blue and a black and 2 cards, or you could do like 3 or 4, 2 to 4 mana in some combination of green, red, or black, and just blow up the land. Or, your various Ghost Quarter, Strip Mine, Wasteland, Demolition Field, etc. kind of cards. Would pass on Encroach. Rapid Decay? For graveyard removal, this is actually... Grave robbers arrived the day after the barrier. They were a day too late. Wow. That's adorable. So exile up to 3 target cards from a single graveyard for 2 mana as an instant, which is a bit overcosted in of itself, because usually this is 1 mana. But generally speaking, what you'll find is that when there's an additional way of playing a card, the card tends to cost a little more. Usually like an extra mana. Or going from instant to sorcery. So, I don't know. I guess you could go if you had Lightning Bolt and you went and gave Lightning Bolt cycling. Lightning Bolt is red, instant, 3 damage to any target. Well, if you went and gave it cycling, as an example, you would then be looking at there we go, Jeepers H. You'd then be looking at you could be looking at 2 mana instead of paying red. You might be looking at red +1, or you might be looking at red as a sorcery. And that's been a common thing for a long time. Taking abilities and, if this has got, this is part of why, I can't remember what it's called. 3 steps ahead. If you look at 3 steps ahead, to counter a spell is 3 mana. Nobody wants to pay 3 mana to counter a spell in any format. However, when you're looking at a card like 3 Steps Ahead that has got a bunch of flexibility, people are generally okay paying a little extra for it because it's got extra flexibility. Four mana to make a token that's a copy of something. I feel like that's generally like 3 mana. But again, the additional flexibility, plus this is spree, you can choose more than one option. Draw 2 cards and discard a card. Draw 2 cards is generally, historically, 1 blue plus 2 as an instant. As a sorcery. Or as an instant, it's 1 blue plus 3. See Inspiration et al. This came out last year. This year we got Stock Up, which is, I can't remember if it's an instant or a sorcery. Sorcery. Okay. Which is basically drawing the best 2 cards out of the top 5 of your library. So yeah, 3 steps ahead for draw 2, 1 blue plus 2 to draw 2 and discard a card. I think that might actually be right now. No. Drawing 2 cards. We've finally got to divination at instant speed. Being fair. We are now at that point. So again, this is slightly overcosted because it's draw 2, then discard a card. So all of these modes in and of themselves cost a little bit more than what they should. But people play this card because it can do any or all of it. You can pay 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can pay 8 mana and get all 3 modes. People are okay paying paying an extra mana to get more options is a normal thing. So yeah, this all feels about right. And if nobody's got anything in the graveyards that you really care about, you can pay 2 mana and cycle it. I do not recommend only having a single card in your deck, especially in a commander deck, to deal with graveyards. I don't necessarily build this way, but I'm also bad at listening to my own advice sometimes. And a lot of the times I'll end up looking at later and going, oh yeah, I should do that thing. But yeah, Graveyard removal, I would suggest 2 or 3 pieces at least. Like, don't overboard on it. But also don't go dedicated graveyard removal. Here's a good example. Tormod's Crypt. 0 mana artifact. Tap and sack it. Exile target player's graveyard. Consider really good graveyard removal in typical constructed formats like Modern, like Legacy, occasionally Standard when it shows up, so on and so forth. Where Tormod's Crypt comes out best is it's something like it is almost the cheapest you can get. I would argue Leyline of the Void is cheaper. Because, you can get it into play before you've even got to before the first person has got to their first main phase. Tormod's Crypt, you have to wait until your turn. That aside, cheap to cast, and this is basically this is like a fog for graveyard strategies. It's going to stop somebody at the moment, but it's only at the moment. It's not a permanent effect, because they can just refill the graveyard fairly easily. Compare that to Leyline of the Void, which will keep a graveyard completely shut off. But if you only need to stop them for like a turn, Tormod's Crypt is usually pretty good for that. Compared to Tormod's Crypt Keeper, which is a 3 mana 3/2 with Vigilance, which also has Tormod Crypt's ability. This is a reasonable body. It's a 3 mana 3/2 creature with Vigilance. This is a decent creature to play with. That can be a body when you need it to be a body, and then when you need it to be graveyard removal, it can be graveyard removal. Another card that I've got to enjoying, initially just out of my commons only commander decks, and this is actually upgraded to beyond just my commons only decks. Honored Heirloom. Take a look at this card. Manolith. 3 mana artifact. Tap for 1 mana of any color. Doesn't sound exciting, but it's one of those mental shortcut cards. Here's an artifact that costs 3 mana. Tap, add 1 mana of any color in my mana pool. Okay. But then add on the fact that the card I'm looking at does this as well. In the case of Honored Heirloom, this is also graveyard removal when I need it to be graveyard removal. Scavenging Ooze. Commonly played as graveyard removal. This ends up growing to be a decent sized body as long as you can keep activating it and go, By the way, I'm going to gain life in the meantime. But Honored Heirloom, it's a mana rock when you need it to be a mana rock. Tormod's Crypt Keeper, it's a creature when you need it to be a creature. Scavenging Ooze, in a lot of games can get to like 4/4, 5/5, 6/6 without a lot of difficulty, just by eating stuff that's, well, if I eat a creature out of your yard, your yard, your yard, and my yard. Okay, it's a 6/6 now. And I haven't targeted anyone. I just, cool, everybody's got something I can munch on. No, 2 mana 6/6, and I've gained 4 life in the process. So, pack some graveyard removal. You know, don't just pack one, pack like 2 or 3. But make sure they've got addition. You know, ideally, you want them to have additional functionality. You know, have them be a creature you can beat down with. Have them, you know, have it be a mana rock. There's that card that's in standard right now that's target player sacrifices a creature and exiles their grave. No, target player exiles a creature and their graveyard or something. There it is, Strategic Betrayal. Now, Tarkir Dragonstorm. Target opponent exiles a creature they control and their graveyard. Yeah. You know, this is graveyard removal plus, you know, some kind of creature spot removal. Rapid Decay, worst case scenario, this is draw a card. I mean, it's still fine. I would probably play other graveyard removal first, but it's still okay. Hulking Ogre. Back in the day, Hulking Ogre was actually pretty decent. 3 mana for a 3/3 at common, and it can't block. Okay. I guess I'm attacking with it every turn for as long as I can. That's still fine. 3 mana for, because at this point you were still looking at Grey Ogre, which was, you know, you got a 2/2 with no abilities. Now it can't block. Okay, that's worth, you know, 1 point of power or toughness. So you could be looking at a 2/3 or a 3/2. But you got a 3/3 of it, so this was actually a little above the curve. I think it would still be fine now. It's not exciting, but it's, I mean, again, you're looking at something that was printed at common. I would say this is okay, except for the fact that it can't block, which you should be able to get, nowadays you should be able to get a 3 mana 3/3 in red without a drawback. Or if it does have a drawback, it's because it's got some other ability that makes it really good. I wonder. Oh yeah. Cool. Okay, we have 3 uncommons that got printed this year. Not necessarily the original print, just they were printed this year. This is an uncommon. Whenever a player casts a spell, if it's not on their turn, it deals 4 damage to them. Whenever you activate an exhaust ability, put a +1 counter on this creature. When it enters, 5 damage to target creature and opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. These two feel like they could be 3/3s with no abilities at common. This is a 3/2 haste that transforms into whenever a werewolf you control enters, you may transform it. Yeah, all 3 of these feel like they could be 3/3s. Wojek Bodyguard from the Clue set. 3 mana, 3/3 with Mentor. Can't attack or block alone. Yeah. Yeah, you can easily get a 3/3 vanilla creature nowadays for 3. 3/3 for 3. 3/3 for 3. Sowing Salt. In Commander, Sowing Salt's really just gonna get used for the first sentence, and the rest doesn't matter. There are no non-basic lands that you can play multiple copies of. It's really, it's not impossible, but it's really hard to take a creature and that's not a, well, no, that is, barring a couple methods, it's really hard to take a creature and turn it into a land. There are ways to do it that are fairly quick, easy, and straightforward, but for the most part, it's hard to turn a creature into a land. But if you can do that, then you get the entire Enchanted Evening plus erase shenanigans going on. If you can do that, Sowing Salt starts getting really dumb. It's probably not realistically going to be a thing, but if you pull it off, it's kind of, what just happened? What? Is going on here? Okay, you're fine. What on earth? This is weird. I don't know. YouTube is freaking out on me tonight, apparently. I might have to muck around with this again later and try and get stuff to merge properly again. Hi, Chihuahua. Anyway. But yeah, if you can do that shenanigans that you could with erase, turning something, turning a creature into a land and then going that way, yeah, you're gonna get people hating you. Let's be honest. Oh, this is adorable. Goblin Masons. 2 mana for a 2/1 goblin, which back in the day sounded about right. Not exciting, but probably about right. When it dies, destroy target wall. Again, we go back to the entire conversation about, oh, wall. That's a creature type, isn't it? Oh. This has all creature types? Kill it. Yeah. Oh, that's... Yeah. So that's a thing that you can do. That old chestnut that we keep referring to. Cinder Seer. Oh, wow. Oh, this is silly. This is a burn... So, yeah, it looks like all the seers are basically the same cost, the same activation cost, the same size. Cinder Seer, you reveal the red cards to do X damage to any target. So if you reveal 3 cards, it's 3 tap, 3 damage to any target. It's not only a removal spell, it also allows you to flip your battles a lot easier if you're playing with battles. There's no reason not to if you can find one that does something something that you're looking for. Yeah. You want consistent direct damage source that can deal a healthy amount of damage, or to some people an unhealthy amount of damage, on a consistent basis. Yeah, Cinder Seer. Actually, before I forget, oh my good lord, that one. Yeah, whatever. Actually, I should put that here. Boop, noodle, doo. Nah, whatever. But yeah, Cinder Seer, I would say playable. Wild Kolos. 3 mana for a 2/2 with haste. Feels about right for back then. I know you can get like a 2/1 with haste for 2 mana now. I don't remember if you can get a 2/2 with haste. Again, this is also common. Okay, I have to look this up. How many goats are there? There's 15 goats. You. Sort by color. 6 white goats. Six. 7 green. Okay, so to get all of them, you are playing Naya, which is not completely unreasonable. Oh my good lord. 3-2. Yeah. I mean, it is. I would say it's still. I think if you find something that cost that size with a better supported creature type, you probably want to play that because then you get other synergies. So like, slivers, for example. 3 mana for a 2/2 sliver that says sliver creatures you control have haste. Reasonable. Oh, wow. Huh. So, Scent of Cinder. 2 mana. X damage to any target. Again, this is the seer, the Cinder Seer. Actually, okay. So they're all 1 or 2. Removal is 2. Yeah, removal is 2 and everything else is 1. Okay. Again, Scent of Cinder. How many cards, are you playing a deck that allows you to keep a bunch of cards in your hand and has a healthy amount of a healthy red component to it? Scent of Cinder is worth is worth looking at. Goblin Berserker. I was going mad about Wild Kolos. Now I see Goblin Berserker. It costs an extra mana, but it also has First Strike, which is huge. Plus, it's a goblin. Oh no. Actually, sort by cooler. $30 cards, right? Three of them are Boros, one of them's Mardu. Picnic Ruiner is Gruul. Wow. That's know what? I almost want to sketch out a deck that's mono red. You know, mono red first strike / double striking goblins. And see how it goes. That actually sounds kind of entertaining. Kolos Yearling. You're paying red for the 1/1 Mountain Walk, which means you're paying 2 to give it fire breathing. That sounds not unreasonable. Especially since Mountain Walk is kind of unblockable. That sounds not unreasonable. And you're going to get through to somebody for damage because it's Mountain Walk. Actually. Oh yeah, you're another goat. Meh. I ain't afraid of no goats. Yeah. So Kolos, the wild Kolos, I'm kind of meh on. Although if you are doing a goat tribal thing, it might actually be worth playing. Scent of Cinder. Yeah, if you're looking for a burn spell to deal damage to any target, and you've got a decent way to keep cards in hand, like Wheel of Fortune style effects, for example, yeah, you should be looking at that. Goblin Berserker. First strike, hasty 2/2 goblin. Plus the number of lords that there are for goblins. You know, let's say you get 2 lords in play. Now you're paying 4 mana and you're getting at least a 4/4 haste first strike, plus whatever any of the other lords give you. Kolos Yearling. Kolos Yearling feels... Kolos Yearling wants you to play Blood Moon or a similar effect. It really does. Oh yeah. Keldon Vandals. Keldons divide all their spells into 2 groups, trophies and catapult ammunition. Three mana, 4/1 is a 3/2. Yeah, for back then this probably feels about right. Although you had Octavia Orangutan, you would also be looking at a green card which generally had better creatures. Interesting. So this would be a 3/2. Echo makes sense. Yep. Comes in and play destroy target artifact. Yep, this feels about right. And it's a 4-power creature. Hilariously, back in the day it was creature type townsfolk. Now it's creature type human rogue. I thought this over here was a centaur or something. This is one person here. This is another person and their legs. I thought that was a centaur I was looking at. Oh well. Oh my. Good lord. You know what? I might want a card of this nature in my Teamer Splinter Twin deck. I don't think I'll go for Keldon Vandals per se, but I may want like Acidic Slime. So I can just turn around and go, oh, cool, make a token, blow up a thing. Cool, tap, make a token, blow up a thing. Cool, tap, make a token, blow up a thing. I might actually look into that. But yeah, Keldon Vandals, I don't think I'd bother with. Well, I might be a little more interested in it than I otherwise would, because it is a 4/1. It is a 4-power creature, which also lends yourself to looking at cards like Pandemonium, which, creature coming in play dealing damage equal to its power. Kind of does a lot. Covetous Dragon, 5 mana, 6/5 flyer. When you control no artifact, sacrifice Covetous Dragon. There's a couple dragons that want you to steal artifacts from people. And so Covetous Dragon fits in a lot easier into that. Not only that, but I would assume a typical commander deck has got at least half a dozen mana rocks. Maybe an artifact land or two. Some way of generating clues, maps, treasures, etc. And probably a couple of utility artifacts. I think it would be unlikely for somebody to end up with no artifacts by the time you can play Covetous Dragon. So it would take effort. I'm not saying it's unlikely. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying that when you cast Covetous Dragon, you probably already have a couple artifacts in play, just from the way people build commander decks in general. But yeah. So, Covetous Dragon, 5 mana, 6/5 flyer. Yeah, probably. Probably quite playable. Keldon Champion, 4 mana, 3/2 with haste and echo. Comes into play 3 damage, target player or planeswalker. This kind of has like extra haste. What do I mean by that? Comes into play, deals 3 damage to a player. Then it's got haste. So this kind of has super haste. What? Rocket Powered Turbo Slug. Super haste. This may attack the turn before you cast it. You may put this card from your hand onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking during your declare attacker step. If you do, you lose the game at the beginning of your next turn's end step, unless you pay this card's mana cost during that turn. What that means is you get to put into play tapped and attacking, and then pay the cost next turn. This is more hasty than that, though, because it comes into play, it deals damage, and then it's got haste, so it can attack that turn. If it didn't have haste, its come into play ability, enter the battlefield effect, would make it feel like it had haste. So this has got like an extra incident of that. Instance? Something. Which makes it having Echo make sense. Because I think without Echo, you're probably looking at like a 2/2 that when it came into play dealt 2 damage to target player or planeswalker. It's a 3/2 and it deals 3 damage. Yeah, makes sense. I would actually be looking at playing this card, if nothing else, than for the fact that it's got haste and it comes into play, deals 3 damage. That would be where my brain would be aiming this card. And am I likely to keep it around? Probably not. But even with that, it's still pretty decent. Landslide. Fireball. This is like a second or third or fourth or whatever. Fire Blast. 1 red sorcery. Sacrifice a number of mountains. Landslide deals that much damage to target player or planeswalker. This is when your opponent's already, you've managed to get your opponent pretty low, and it's like, I'm going to finish you off now. Tap, sacrifice 10 land, take 10. Even better is if you've got some, if you have Fiery Emancipation and like Gratuitous Violence or something. Basically anything that can multiply damage. If you've got Fiery Emancipation in play, you sacrifice 6 lands, you're going to deal 18 damage. Fiery Emancipation. Da-da, da-da. If you want these kind of dreams, it's Fiery Emancipation. Yeah, okay. Yeah. A card like this, oh man. This once being that deck that lets you multi up your targeting. This once being a deck that has Fiery Emancipation and other multipliers. This is This wants to be a finisher. And if you can pull all that off into the same deck, great. That's just great, laddie. Boop. Green. Ivy Seer, are you are an elf. Well, that's good to know. I am less. My initial impression was this could be good in, in like an elf ball, elf tribal deck. But I think you get better with, like, was it Timberwatch Elves? Is that the card I'm thinking of? Okay, elf. 3 mana for 1/2. Tap. Target creature gets +X/+X till end of turn, where X is number of elves on the battlefield. 1 mana less. It's a 1/2, and it's just simply a tap ability. And you get a pump based on number of elves in play, as opposed to the number of green cards you're revealed. Yeah, Timberwatch. If I'm looking for, like a third or fourth or fifth copy of that effect, then maybe I'm looking at Ivy Seer. But probably not. Magnify. One green instant, all creatures get +1/+1 till end of turn. Where this shines is when you have a deck where you can largely assume you are going to have more creatures than your opponent. The problem with a card like Magnify, though, is that for a couple extra mana, you can quite easily get +2 power. And, I mean, yes, this is also an instant, which is not always the case when you're looking at like 3 mana +2 power. That being said, the ones that give, +2 power for 3 mana or thereabouts generally are creatures you control. Not just creatures. So what is this actually going to do for you? This wants to be in a deck like Saplings or Squirrels, where you're going to flood the board. Flood the board with more bodies than your opponents can shake a stick at. Your opponent might get like +6, +6 power, and you should be getting like +12 or so. And making sure you can get through for damage. Or alternatively, more gang blocking. Goliath Beetle. Goliath Beetle. That's adorable. 3 mana for a 3/1 trample. Not the worst I've ever seen. Problem is these days it's sadly outclassed by, well, Jewel Thief is a good example. Exact same mana cost. Also has 3 power. Also has trample. Also has 3 toughness. Also has vigilance. And also comes into play, makes a treasure. So, if you're doing insect tribal, maybe. But I mean, the problem is giving trample to something that's only got 1 toughness. This is the sort of thing where you're going to be, I attack with this once and I expect it to die. If I'm incredibly lucky, I get to attack with it a second time. But you expect this to die. At which point, you might as well be playing Groundbreaker, which is triple green for a 6/1 trample haste that you sack at end of turn. It's basically ball lightning in green. Bladed Spider. So Giant Spider was, I believe, green +3 for a 2/4 with reach. This is 1 extra mana and 2 extra power. I mean, oh well. Throwing this and Sentinel Spider in the same deck together? 5 mana, 4/4 with reach. And the Sentinel Spider on top of that also has vigilance. Yeah. I mean, it's still a fine card. It feels a little anemic, you know, compared to what's out today, but again, keep in mind, the game was only like 6 years old when this came out. You know, that's like 25 years ago now. Actually, 26 years now. Oof. Hey, Magic, guess what? You're getting a little long in the tooth, don't you know? Yeah. But this at that point was a very, I would say back then this was a very reasonable creature. And if, you know what, I think if I was playing Commander, if I was playing like pre-modern Commander, I would be eyeing this card. I would definitely be eyeing this card. Because this, you know, this just stops so much. Most spiders wait patiently for their prey to arrive. Most spiders aren't 40 feet tall. Yeah. That's an actual reasonable home for a card like that. Elvish Lookout, 1 green for a 1/1 with Shroud. So you're not throwing anything on it. However, your opponent's also not targeting it. The problem is, apart from the targeting bit, you're looking at a 1/1 for 1. Yeah, I mean, Elf Tribal might want it. I don't know. Shroud. Shroud is always a mixed bag. Because you can't target it, you can't target it, you can't target it, but I also can't target it. I don't know. I mean, the more I'm thinking about it, the less enthused I am about playing with Elvish Lookout. I'm not even sure if I put you in my commons elf deck, and I don't think I did. Because I have it in... Thank you. What do you call it? Elvish Lookout. Yeah, no, I didn't put you in. And... what about Kogari? Again, I doubt it. Yeah, no. Didn't bother. Because the problem is you're also looking at a 1-mana 1/1 that dies to like a 1/2 even. And, you know, you throw a woodland druid in front of it and it goes, okay. So, I would probably play these two above the Lookout. Momentum. Oh, dude. Dude, that's cool. Oh, the counters go on the aura, not on the creature. Not on the creature. 3 mana. Upkeep, put a counter on the aura. Oh, this is like a precursor to like Umezawa's Jedi type idea. I mean, it's not bad. But I would have been happier if the counters went on the creature. On the creature. Oh, teacher, I need another creature for my feature for the preacher. Yeah, propaganda. I forgot where Deluxikov said he got the creature thing from. But yeah, it's okay. I would have been happier if the counters went on the creature. But I guess I can see it. Emperor Crocodile. 4 mana for 5/5. When you control no other creatures, you sacrifice the crocodile. So it's a 4 mana 5/5. Which, I mean, it was a rare back then. Nowadays, you should be able to find a 4 mana 5/5 without too much difficulty. Actually, nope. So you can get it for 5 mana. Green plus 4 or 2 green plus 3. We'll ignore these 3 because these are, you know, from back in like Legends era. 5 mana regardless. So yeah, for 1 extra mana. Starter 99. Okay, so back then, for an extra green mana, you get no drawback. Okay. Seems reasonable. Actually, you were uncommon versus the crocodile, which is rare. Yeah, I guess I could see that. But now, like I said, nowadays you should be able to get a 4 mana 5/5 and probably have. Oh, you're gonna have Nylea and similar bodies to play with. All right, yeah. Although hilariously, if you've got Emperor Crocodile out, a 1/1 indestructible or a 0/1 indestructible, any small indestructible creature will keep it alive pretty much indefinitely. Oh. Really? I do not remember hunting Moa being time shifted. I do not remember hunting Moa being time shifted, which is kind of weird. I mean, to be fair, that's also 2006. That's also almost 20 years ago now. Holy cow. Time Spiral was almost 20 years ago. Wow. Holy McNamara. But yeah, hunting Moa, 3 mana for a 3/2, which in and of itself, meh. But at that point, yeah, felt about right. When it enters or dies, put a +1 counter on target creature. Oh, if you're playing a deck along the lines of, I'm not saying you should put it here, but along the lines of Muldrotha, where you get to replay creatures from your graveyard, or, you know, just a way to bring it back to your hand or recast it and just keep recycling. You could just end up with so many creatures, or not creatures, so many counters on it. Well, not on it. Well, it is a legal target for its ability. Although, oh, you know what I was saying about Plague Dogs earlier? How it's got a way to trigger its own dies ability? So does this. Don't pay the echo. Comes into play, put a +1 counter on something. Dies. Goes to the graveyard. Put a +1 counter on something else. Huh. That's adorable. That is cute. Again, if you're able to keep one of these around, you know, a Kiki Jiki effect, and just keep growing your team every time you turn around, and even when you're not turning around. So yeah, I can see that seeing play. I can see that actually being useful. Speaking of stuff that wants to, when this creature dies, target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. 2 mana, 2/3. Yeah, okay. So this is basically a green Hurloon Minotaur that you can cycle from play, and when it dies, target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. I think, generally speaking, I'd rather have the Hunting Moa, because that's +1/+1 counters. Marker Beetles is still okay, but in general, I think I'd rather have the Hunting Moa. It's going to be more generally useful. Plow Under. Put 2 target lands on top of their owner's libraries. The problem... Okay, so... much better in 1v1 formats. Plow Wonder is going to set your opponent back 2 turns. Really stupid if you can find a way to, what's the word I'm looking for, to play this with Flash. Really dumb if you can find a way to play this with Flash. Because what you do is somebody cracks a fetch land. In response, Plow Under, take 2 of their lands. Ideally, lands that don't have a basic land type. Put those on top of their deck. They have to shuffle them. And then, because they don't have basic land types, because you made that choice when you cast Plow Under. They have to shuffle them back into their deck. Yep. But much less good in an actual multiplayer format. Just much less good in an actual multiplayer format because, well, you target the lands, you don't target the players. You can split it up, one from this person's and one from this person's, and have that affect different people. So, yeah, it's fine, but I would say it's only fine. Splinter. Turning stuff into artifacts is easy, yo. The entire conversation we had earlier about, scour and, or not scour, erase and enchanted evening. How would you like to not have to play a second color? You go Splinter. You combine that with something like, what do you call it? Mycosynth Lattice. Or, well, no. Oh, sorry. Liquid metal coating or liquid metal. Liquid metal coating. Oh no, liquid metal coating does turn into. Target permanent becomes an artifact. Target non-land permanent becomes an artifact. Right. So yeah, both of these turn whatever they're targeting into an artifact. So at that point, that's really easy to turn around and go, hey, by the way, you're an artifact now. Exile you, start going through your deck, trying to find more copies. And again, if you're playing with, if you're up against persistent petitioners or any of that sort of effect, yeah, they're all gone now. Apart from other copies that are already in play, yeah, they're all gone now. Add black, probably, and go like Maelstrom, well, Splinter to exile one of the ones that's in play, and every copy that's in their hand library or graveyard, and then like Maelstrom Pulse or a similar effect to blow up all the ones that are still in play. So yeah, Splinter, you want to you want to do the similar sort of thing that I was talking about, and just blow up, and be able to stay in a single color. Splinter works easiest. Multi's Decree, I would generally play this over Tranquility. Although, if you want this ability at all, back to nature, half the mana and instant speed. You don't get to gain any life, but you're basically a third of the cost. You know, 2 mana instead of 4, and instant versus sorcery. You're probably fine there. No multicolored identity. Type equal artifact. 17. Yeah, I'll just do the first 3 rows. Mantis Engine. Mantis Engine is really fun. I think 4 mana for a 3/3 probably is about right. 4 mana for 3/3 probably feels about right. Probably 4 mana for 3/3. Yeah, probably. And then 1 extra mana because it's got like 2 abilities that you can feed mana into. I'm not sure, even nowadays, this might be able to get away with having flying and reach. Or, flying and reach. Flying and first strike, straight up, might be able to get away with it. Not sure about that. Not sold on it. At rare, probably. Probably not at lower rarities, though. This is still fine. Scrying glass. You choose a target opponent. You choose a number and a color. Right. The only targeting is the opponent. Every other choice you make during resolution of the ability. Targeting, you have to choose when you activate it. 2 to cast, 3 tap. Choose a number greater than 0 and a color. Target opponent reveals their hand. So here's the fun part. If you are being one of those silly, what's the word I'm looking for? But yeah, if you're one of those silly individuals that likes to go, hey, by the way, painter's servant or what have you. Cool, how many cards are in your hand? Okay, I'm going to name, 12 green because everything in your hand is green, as well as everything in your library, etc., etc. And you have 12 cards in hand. Basically, you choose you choose a number and a color, and you target the opponent. You target whatever opponent you're targeting, and if they have exactly that number of cards of that color. So, in other words, if you name 12 green, do they have 12 cards in hand? And do they have 12 cards in hand that are green? Do they have exactly 12 cards in hand that are green? Again, playing with Painter's Servant, you just have to turn around and go, how many cards do you have in your hand? Oh, you've got 12 cards? Okay, 12 green. And then you get to draw a card. Thing is, for an extra mana to cast, you get to bypass all that, all that guesswork stuff. However, it's target opponent reveals their hand. So, because they're revealing their hand, and, it's not you look at their hand or anything. No, they reveal it. It means everyone gets to see it. Yeah. Suddenly everyone gets to see what's in their hand. Have fun with that. But as a general rule of thumb, for an extra mana to cast, you're looking at Arcane Encyclopedia. Brass Secretary, 3 to cast for a 2/1 that cycles from play. I would have been. I 3 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature, I always personally find to be a hard sell. It has to do something else that to me is make it, that makes it worth that extra mana. What do I mean by extra mana? Alpha Mirror, 2 mana, 2/1 artifact creature. At common, with a rarely but occasionally supported creature type. Compare that to Browse Secretary, which costs an extra mana and cycles from play. I always found this to be just enough to be not worth it to me, especially since you're also looking at an uncommon. I was just Spyglass? Arcane Spyglass. Oh, sack land. But you put counters on it regardless. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, I mean, this isn't terror bad. It's just slow building up, but it's not terror bad. Yeah, I was just never fond of the Browse Secretary, but that's largely a me thing. Fodder Cannon. 4 to cast, 4 tap and sack a creature, 4 damage to target creature. Hilariously, because you choose targets before you pay costs, you can target a creature that you're about to sack to its own ability. What? Yeah. Step 1, find your cousin. Step 2, get your cousin into the cannon. Step 3, find another cousin. What? Yeah. Yeah, I go, what? Yep, a lot, don't I? Yep. Anyway, yeah, it's okay. I would have much preferred Doom Cannon? No. Fodder Cannon. Can't think of it. But I feel like there's one that's more recent that's like basically the exact same card, but more flexibility in what you can target. I mean, it's still... This is basically... You want to play a card like this if you're looking for a sack outlet and you want creature removal that you can do regularly. Kind of like when we're looking at Cinder Seer or Nightshade. Yeah, Nightshade Seer. Something that you can do regularly. Braidwood Sextant. Want to cast 2 tap and sack it. Search for a basic land card. Put in your hand and shuffle. You're paying... Now, to be fair, back in the day, paying 3 mana to get a basic land to hand was not completely unreasonable. The thing is, we eventually got Expedition Map, which was 1 to cast, 2 tap and sack it for a land card. 1, 2 tap and sack for a basic land card. This is better. But also, actually, where's my blue list? Beep, 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 beep. Wayfarer's Bauble. Thought so. 1 to cast, 2 tap and sack, search for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. So, literally the exact same as Braidwood Sextant, except it comes in a play tapped. The land, that is. So, yeah, there's better options nowadays than Braidwood Sextant. Putting it in your hand does have uses. If you can consistently recur the Sextant, it's not so bad. As long as you're not overpaying for it. Again, you know, lands going to hand. Effects like Seismic Assault. Effects like Winds of Change that make you ditch your hand and draw cards. Or Memory Jar that let you trade your cards in hand for cards from the top of your deck, etc., etc. So, I mean, it does have its uses, but in general, you want to be looking at something like, I was about to say Memory Jar. You want to be looking at Wayfarer's Bauble instead. Wayfarer's Bauble or Expedition Map. Mastercore? Mastercore used to be a big deal back in the day. It severely fell off the radar. Not as good as it used to be. I mean, it's still fine. Oh man, if you can get this thing... If you can give this thing Death Touch... I mean, the annoying thing is that's pretty much always true. Anytime you have a creature that has... Oh, hey look, I can do this thing to deal damage directly to a creature. Well, if the creature with this ability had Death Touch, I could kill anything that way. And yeah, that's true. But how is it without an effect like Death Touch? So it's a 4 mana. Here's the thing: it's a 4 mana 4/4 artifact creature with an upkeep cost of pitching pitching a card. Journeyer's Kite. Here's another good card for there. 2 to cast, 3 tap, sack, 3 tap, search for basic land, put it in your hand, and shuffle. And you can do that every turn. So this, in this case, would change Mastercore to simply having an upkeep cost of 3 mana. 2 to regenerate, pay 2 to deal 1 damage to target creature. With 4 mana, assuming you've got ways to deal with its upkeep, even just like discarding, you know, hey, look, I've got extra lands or whatever, you can always replay them with Crucible Overloads or similar effect. Hey, so how you doing? I am not going to be alive for much longer. I'm going through Urza's Destiny. I'm on artifacts, so I'm almost done. Now that's a card that doesn't need introduction. Well, I mean, except for the fact that it is 26 years old, so a lot of people that play the game weren't alive when this card, like a lot of adults that play the game were not alive when this card came out. So yeah, it does need a little bit of introduction. I mean, it's 26 years old. 26 years old. So somebody's, I don't know, 24. This was already rotated as standard by the time they were born. Yeah, Mastercore, unless you've got, like, Mastercore, you can just, it's 4 to cast, it's 2 to do 1 damage, so chances are you can go ping ping to 2 different things. And it's not unreasonable if somebody's playing with some kind of token strategy of some sort, and you just, tokens commonly, when you're looking at creature tokens, are generally 1/1s. Anywho. Yeah. I mean, Massacre is still fine. Oh, Powder Keg. I remember when Powder Keg was, like, the card that everyone played. For, you know, then you had, like, Engineered Explosives and Ratchet Bomb and a few other cards that had a similar effect. Powder Keg, Powder Keg, Powder Keg. Destroy each artifact and creature. Oh, you realize you could just cast this, pop it right away. Follow the treasures. Oh, the clues. but yeah. So, local time, it's almost 10:30 at night. I worked last night doing an 11 to 7, which means getting up around 8:30 at night. Went in, did my shift, came home, went to the grocery store, picked up a few things. Got back, got settled in for about half an hour or so. Only had to turn around and go to my local gaming store to go put in 4 hours there today. And then came back from that, had maybe an hour and a half maybe of rest before going, oh yeah, I got a stream tonight too. I started my stream at 6. This is about 4.5 hours ago. Once I'm done my stream, I'm going to bed. I am almost to my stream. I'm just my body's at the. I'm fine. You know, I'm fine just the way, you know, Deluxikov and everybody else is, right? Yeah. I am going to bed when I finish this. Anyway, yeah. Now, Powder Keg feels like one of those cards that you want to play for just like... You want to throw into a deck just because you expect somebody at the table is going to have a bunch of tokens of some sort. And they could be from Slime Against Humanity, they could be blood tokens, they could be map tokens, they could be treasure tokens, and you just turn around and go, pay 2 mana, pop it now, kill them all. What? Yeah, kill them all. Not even bothering with the fuse cannons, just kill them all. But destroy each artifact and creature with manifest. That's also going to blow up the artifact lands. I mean, apart from the bridges that are, and, you know, Darksteel Citadel and a couple others that are indestructible. But if somebody's playing with... Where's my blue list again? Boop, Noodle, Toaster, Strudel. Visual Spoiler. Boop, 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 boop. My mono blue ramp deck that tries to feel like a green deck, I run 5 artifact lands because that's all the artifact lands I can run in a mono blue deck. Only Darksteel Citadel is indestructible. Everything else will go pop goes the weasel to, you know, a powder keg. Indestructible. Go away. So there's not counting these two. But, you know, actual lands. there are 8 artifact lands that can go pop. The 5 monocolored ones: Power Depot, Scene of the Crime, and Treasure Vault. Are they what from are you talking the bridges? Can't remember the actual name of it. You talking these things? Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't counting those because I mentioned those earlier, just like because they're indestructible. Also, my mono, which is also why they didn't show up in my search, because I specifically ruled out the ones that had indestructible. But yeah, if you're Powder Keg is gonna hit a lot of random stuff. Yeah, I know. I mean, it depends what the bridge is made out of, right? Who knows? They're probably made out of some, I don't know. Maybe there's remnants of Memnarch mixed in there or something. Who knows? Thran Golem I always liked. In fact, if I go to my mono red, where are you? Squee. This is the deck that I'm slowly working on. Let me throw this link back out here. Boop. So this deck is, I'm playing Squee Goblin Nabob as my general, with the intention of throwing Urza on him and attacking with him. And, so a handful of Urzas that can recur themselves. A few cards to help me get my stuff back. And here's 5 other guys that I'm playing so that, if I want to spread my auras out for whatever reason. And guess who's here? Thran Golem. I throw any enchantment on it and suddenly it's, oh no, you're 5/5 flying trample first strike with, I don't know, let's throw Draconic Destiny on it and also give it haste. We'll make it a 6/6 and it's a fire-breathing dragon while I'm at it. Or, Undying Rage gives it an extra +2/+2 and, oh no, it can't block. Oh well. I'm not blocking with this deck. Or, throw Granite Grip on it, and okay, it's probably going to be like, +6 power at least by the time I throw Granite Grip on it. Or Drowsy Conscription. Hey, let's give an extra, let's make it a 15/15, with Annihilator too while we're at it. Etc., etc. So yeah, Thran Golem, really great. Like, if you are playing, if you build a deck with auras the way people tend to build with equipment strategies tend to be one of 2 decks. Take your equipment and throw it onto one creature, or take your equipment and throw it around a bunch of creatures. If you build an aura-based deck in that, in that kind of vein, and you want to spread your auras out a bit, Golem is a really, really good source of cool. Throw an enchantment on here. Cool. He gets a lot of bonus just for it. And it doesn't even have to be a powerful aura. It could be something as simple as like well, yeah, let's go for some real old school artwork. This. 1 green, 1 other. Enchant creature. Green. Regenerate enchanted creature. You throw this on Thran Golem, this is an okay aura. I wouldn't call this an overpowered aura. I would say this is fine. But suddenly your Thran Golem goes from being, a meh 3/3, 5 mana 3/3 creature to it's a 5 mana 5/5 flying first strike trampling creature. Worth it. I think since there's only 17, I'm only gonna do the first handful here. What do we get for lands in this set? Wow. 1 entire land in the set. Yavimaya Hollow. Good card. If I had any, I would play this in any deck that I could literally, if I could afford to, I would put this in most decks that I had that played green and had either a reasonable number of creatures or a legendary creature as my general that I actually wanted to cast. So for a good example, going back to Zera Aryan, she's the general for my Gend Reanimator deck, partly because I wanted a cheap general, and like this. Here's the thing. Zera Aryan is not something I'm expecting to cast regularly, although it does come up sometimes. But realistically, she's there for the colors. Compare that to, Squee, and excuse me, we're doing Squee. This, because the way the deck is designed, no, you are casting him. He is coming into play. Also, why is Mystery Booster 2 version? The smartest and only Goblin Cabin Boy aboard the Weatherlight, Squee has learned that intelligence and common sense are very different things. This matters little, however, since he has neither. No. It's more a matter of he's a goblin, so therefore goblins inherently aren't generally expected to be very intelligent. And in Magic, they quite often tend to be, comic relief, etc. you gotta remember, Tarngarth that's saying this is a Minotaur. But yeah, right. So Yavimaya Hollow. If I'm playing, or actually, if I'm looking at a deck that's running green, you know, Lathril is the kind of general where she's green. At least I believe that's she. Looks it from what I can tell, but I can be wrong. A is green. B is the sort of general that you want in play. And so Yavimaya Hollow would work very well in a deck like that. Question is, nope. Boop. Noodle. But yeah. And I think I better go pass out before my body goes, hey, by the way, you're going to, what's the word I'm looking for? You're going to resent this. But yeah, I'm going to have to take a look see how the stream actually ended up shaping up, and I may end up having to re-download and merge stuff together and upload it properly later. But we'll see what happens. Meantime, I am going to go to bed. It's nearly 11 o'clock here, and I've been up for 24, 25, 26. I've been up for somewhere in the ballpark of 24 or so of the last 26 hours. So I'm going to bed. So I will see you people next week. Adios, amigos. So long, thanks for all the fish. Don't be a stranger, but be welcome to be strange. Or something. Good night.